Going throttle up.
cover it, Flykin? The guitar isn't tuned. The guitar ain't tuned, man. But I'll try. Alright. Yeah. This should help. Oh. do. Here. Every song can benefit from distortion. Yeah, you're not wrong. Here, let me shut that off. This song lacks more cowbell. Sounds like you're trying to play Iron Man. Yeah. That face on the Mars rover has taken more selfies than me. Yeah, me too, man. I don't take selfies. Yeah. You're thinking that you could use some Black Sabbath? Okay. The guitar is out of tune, dudes, but because I haven't played in a little while. But, here. They get, dude, the distortion isn't right here. Oh, hang on, I didn't have all the pickups on. forget how the rest of the song goes. It's like. I'd have to remember the rest of the song, dudes. Oh Lord, yeah. Maybe we'll spend break learning that today. All right. Generals gathered in their masses, just like witches at black masses. Evil minds that plot destruction, sorcerer of death's construction. That's a freaking kick butt song, dude. In the fields, the bodies burning, as the war machine keeps turning. That song's great, dude. I forgot how good that song is. I like that song a lot. Poisoning their brainwashed minds. Oh Lord, yeah. Burn out. Yeah. Yeah, man. Now I want to play. Damn. We gotta play Starbase though. Dude. Oh, Hellfish, this article makes me want to headbutt a wall. Oh, it has the clover, Thomas. I see it. I measured the buildable area. It's 49 by 69. Nice, nice. Let's just say 50 by 70, Lenprod. Let's just say 50 by 70, okay? Aeronaut, excited to see what you come up with in Starbase today. Let's go. God, that article's stupid. When Ozzy was worth listening to? Don't you dare. He's been a Prince of Darkness since 1979, mate. That's how you know it's good music. It makes you want to play. You know what? You're right. You're right. That's exactly how, yeah. Oh, Lord, yeah. Burn out. Is there anything I need to know joining y'all in Starbase? I get paid tomorrow and I might pick it up. No? We should do a jam session on stream one of these days. I feel like we at least have one person for guitar, bass, drum. Oh, there's enough people here, Panda Man. Yeah, there's enough people here. I'd probably be better on the drums, though, than I am on the guitar.
Go and throttle up.
But I do, like, that's the thing, fellas. I do have the drum set hooked up. Listen. I have it hooked up. Likes, how you doing? How's things? I wanted to get this game since the trailer dropped last year, but it seems a lot more complicated than I thought. I thought it would just be another SPAC Engineers. No. Moment you think you got it figured, you wrong. Alright. Octo ship. Good. See, Hellfish, we're gonna be the only people on this damn server with a ship that's not a box. Gary? Hey, hey. Look at all these boxes. Boxes are the most logical shape in space. Are they now? You sure? You sure? Alright, let's see what we got. That picture is clearly taken from Earth. That was built on the ground. What, this isn't the ground right here? Wrecked. Alright. Can't exactly send a box to space on top of a rocket. You sure about that? You know what I mean. I was gonna say, yeah, you absolutely can. What's that? Is that not a box? Send your mom's box into space. Got them. All right, Hellfish, how are we gonna do this? We need to make the radius bigger. That's where we were at. I've sadly never been to a concert. Not a lot of bands that I like come up to my city. Maybe one day. Oh. Okay, Peppo G, where are the box-shaped rockets? Oh, no, not that thing. Not the Rotodyne. That's cool, but no, that's not what I want. What's the name of the box-shaped spacecraft with that? Oh yeah, the rotary rocket. Ah, it's cone-shaped. Never mind. Box-shaped spacecraft. Box-shaped spacecraft. Scanning through the archives. Yeah, I don't know. The craft in the box. Yeah, serious. A lot of satellite buses are box-shaped. I don't know if you knew that. Goddamn potato. Bro, I get paid to argue with people on the internet, serious. Who's the real winner here? Who's the real winner? It's great. Who's the real winner here? Chat, stop helping him! Stop it! Stop helping him! Stop Stop that! No! Don't do that! No, don't do it! Don't do it! No, don't do it!
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Is that something to brag about? Yeah, of course. Of course it is. I'm Italian. I love arguing. What are you talking about? Oh, yeah? Well, you're bald. Yeah. Voluntarily, though. Voluntarily. It's growing back. It'll grow back. Maybe. Except for that spot. You shut up. You shut up. Decided I needed a little bit more discipline in my life, so I got rid of my hair. I don't know why that makes sense, but it made sense at the time. All right. Huh. This was a good design, man. 192, 36, and 24. Alright, so I'm working on a new ship design here. I like that. I like the other one better. I like the other one better. It's better than this. I'm gonna try some modifications to the design because we needed more engines. The other design is good, but it doesn't have enough engines. We got no engines, Ted. Do we? Do we? So we have the octagon here. And then, you know, we have the octagon right there. And then, you know, we can have a couple more bulkheads here. One can be named James Westfall. And the other one can be named Dr. Kenneth Noisewater. You know, you chatters play your cards right, you might get to meet the whole gang. Oh, sorry about that. Whammy. All right. So, how are we going to do this? How is I-Beam Simulator? Ah, yes. EJ, my nemesis. Nemesis? Why am I... I'm confused. What did I do, Midge? Why you hate? Do not hate. How you doing? Everything good? Nemesis? No. Nani? You okay? Cool. It's a little late over there, isn't it? A little bit on the late side. A spider took over my bed, so I'm using the couch. So I'm on the couch using a towel as a blanket. Are you afraid of spiders? Well, I mean, that's kind of answers that question, I suppose. Midge, there's only one way to solve this problem. Preemptive strike. Preemptive strike. You aren't? No. No, not at all. I mean, they're a little creepy crawly, like, I can get that, but no, not really. Just a bug. I'm just a bug. You know the type of bugs that bother me are the ones that come from space. Oh, you idiots! I've won. You've lost. You don't matter. In fact, another couple seconds aren't gonna be matter. You know what it's like to step on a fly? You ever see a fly try to get even? Yeah. Damn arachnids from Clandathu. Just get a noisy cricket. Yes. Please, not green. Not green. Dad, we have a bug. Space Nerd? Is YouTube not working for anybody else? Let me just refresh it, see. It's working just fine, dude. You defiled the name of Peppo G. And it's only 1:37. It's not really that late. Midge, you have to get up in the morning. Huh. Alright, so let's... Hey. Do I? I don't know. You tell me. I would assume. If you don't, then, well, carry on. Carry on, my wayward not son. Right. So, we figured out yesterday, guys, that you can do little changes with these things, and you can actually just clip them just a little bit. And if you do that, you can make more rounded shapes. It's a little bit easier. I'm not sure if this is going to come back to bite us later. It probably will, in some way that I am not seeing, but hey, whatever. Just gotta go very slow. Go very slowly. Almost there.
Discovery,
Yeah.
go and throttle up.
Remember, circles were the devil yesterday. Yeah. So I'm thinking instead of a 45, we split it into 3 15ers, and that should be Should be good for what we're trying to do. I should still be able to fit a bunch of engines under here. So if you can do just slight bit of clipping like this, you can fit all these parts together. You just got to be very careful, and you got to turn off snapping, and it should work. You won't really be able to integrate it to the smaller bulkhead very well. We don't have to. We can use the beams, dude. You don't have to. The beams are integrating into the small bulkhead. Anchor everything off the beams, you'll be fine. See? Not familiar with this game. How do you find the editor compared to KSP? It's alright. It's a little different, more advanced. That's because it's 10 years newer than the KSP one, but yeah, it's pretty good. Can the space community just ban Eric Berger? He's such... Yeah, TJ. Out of all the articles he decides to write about, it's an Orange Man Bad article. Imagine writing an Orange Man Bad article in 2021. I don't know, man. I don't have anything to say. Like, bro, what are you doing? What are you... It's so last year. I'm like, yo, what the hell, man? I'm sorry. It's so funny to me. Oh, my God. Will it weld? That's the question. Let's find out. Like, what the hell, dude? What happened? Oh, it's a cancer article, Dino. If you're having a bad day, just don't even bother. That's not a joke. Don't even bother. It's not even worth it. It's literally, I heard from a guy who heard from a guy that said that the president was bad and that ULA is mad because of it. That is literally the article in a nutshell. You don't even want to know. It's disgusting. Yeah, bro, it's bad. It's like, really? Yep, it's... dude, if I told you, you wouldn't believe me. If I told you, it would sound like an Eric Berger hit piece. Like I'm trying to slander someone. Like, that's how bad this is. Like, I don't even, it's so gross. I don't even want to link the article, man. But it's inevitably going to come up during Space News, guys. So if it's inevitably going to come up during Space News, we'll talk about it during Space News. I'm not going to be too happy about talking about it during Space News, but we're going to do it anyway. Hey, Henry. What's up? Check the alignment. Alignment is good. It looks like we don't have a perfect circle, though. We have flat spots on the circle where the engines will be because the way I spaced this out. Why don't you just turn into Boomhauer? Boomhauer, I tell you what, the dang old boy ain't right, man. Don't dang kick that dang old butt, man. Get. I want to try to take away freedom. That yo, man. I'll just take the dang old yo, man. Woo! Oh, man. Hey, Sneaky, what's going on?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Sunshine! Tier 1, 2-month resub. 2 months, let's go. My friend came out as a moon landing denier today. I came to the conclusion that the details are not important to such people. No crater, whatever. But they do not believe things they don't understand. That's fine. Nothing wrong with being a healthy skeptical, Sunshine. That might sound weird coming from me, but you can believe whatever you want to believe, dude. It's 2021, man. You know, just believe whatever you want. With that being said, the Soviet Union stuff, people still haven't been able to refute that. Sanjay, if it comes up again, don't go looking for a fight, because that's never going to end well. You'll always lose. If you want the Soviet Union thing, have you ever heard me say that before? You ever heard me talk about that? Rogozin has invited Elon Musk and Richard Branson to watch the MS-19 launch in person. Dude, I'd go. Hell yeah. I blame the Soviets for most stuff. Well, Hammer Nails, hold on a second here. Hold on a second. The Soviet Union, during the space race, wasn't exactly our friend. We weren't exactly on cordial terms with those guys, if you remember, once upon a time, if you know your history. With that being said, we weren't exactly on cordial terms. And if we weren't on cordial terms, do you think that them saying we went to the moon and that they admitted that we beat them would be something that they would do? Sanchai, that's what always gets me. No one's been able to refute that one. No one can ever... Why would the Soviet Union say that we went to the moon? Why would Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Mike Collins do a tour in the Soviet Union in 1970? Why would they do that? Why would they admit that? That makes no sense. This argument only works on people that think the Cold War happened? What? What? There's people like that? I'm sorry, I mean laugh. Are you making a TIE fighter? No, it kind of looks like it. Oh my god. Your friend said, I think they were friends behind the scenes? Sanchai, that's what I'll do, dude. It's not worth it, bro. It's not worth it. Just freaking move on, man. Oh my god, that's good. That's funny, dude. Hang on. Hang on.
I would like to share with you all my... No! Dude! No f***ing way! Dude! That words are like bullets. And if you get... Stop!
Eric, be quiet!
No, it's okay.
He'll run out of steam
pretty soon.
Oh, man. Dude, the respect you can have for the enemy of the time. Yeah, no, my pig, I know. It's alright. It's alright. It's funny. Eric Berger, be quiet! Oh, man. Oh, that's good. Friends don't let friends point nukes at each other. Yeah, someone could build a TIE fighter. No, read my message before that. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. They definitely weren't friends as country, but the people had respect for each other. And yeah, of course, duh. An armed society is a polite society, my pick. If you're pointing a gun at me, and I'm pointing a gun at you, you don't disrespect the person with a gun pointed at you. Like, hello? He'll make you eat your parents. Scott Tenorman is a disease. If Roscosmos built a starship, would it look like this? Yes, it would be very wide. Mutually assured destruction. That's right, boy. You got it, boy. That's right. But it's, you know, like, hey, like I said, it's 2021. People can believe whatever they want to believe. I mean, to be honest, laughing at these folks probably isn't going to change their mind, but I don't know what is. You know, that's the thing. So it was your birthday on the 23rd. Hey, happy birthday. You got the Lego Saturn V. That thing is huge. Just finished it in under 12 hours. That's awesome. Just remember, anti-vax is a scheme by the Chinese to weaken our population. Oh, jeez. Quantum. Oh, whoa, no. Yeah, I don't know about that one. I know about the space stuff, dude. I stay out of that the medical lane because that ain't my lane, bro. That's not my lane. I have nope. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there are people and there are freaking reasons, but I don't know what that is, and I don't know enough to say either way. I mean, stay healthy, I guess. Like, Jesus. Nah, Gabriel, it's fine. It's alright. People are gonna, like I said, it's 2021. You can believe whatever you want to believe. It's fine. It's fine. You know? Pull the ripcord! Dude, he is wacko. I need to help him. No, you don't. Hey, dude, sometimes you just gotta let them figure it out on their own, dude. People failing is part of being human, and people are gonna fail. They'll fail. It is what it is. Stay healthy, my friends. That's fine. I mean, look, your friend Senshai ain't running a space program, so we're good. If your friend became the head of NASA overnight, I'd be a little concerned. I'd be like, okay. The problem is that oh, you guys just bringing up all the controversial stuff today. You guys are just bringing up all the controversial stuff today. Jeez. Oh, it's fine. Those are bad. Okay. I mean, guys, that's the way so here, maybe instead of being impulsive about this and like trying to change people's minds, I don't try to change people's minds. I just tell them what's going on. It's a very unintrusive way of learning, and I find that it helps because I find if you pressure people into learning it, if we were like, no, you have to understand that space is right. You have to learn this. It's science. No. Don't do that. That's going to push people away. I never do stuff like that. I always explain it. Every single time. I explain it, and I explain why, and I can cite specific examples. Specific examples that make sense. It's very common sense, straightforward stuff. I always try to boil it down every single time. Not because I'm worried that people are stupid, but it's easier for people to understand. It's easier to digest it. But what I don't do is get up people's tail about it. I mean, maybe except for Eric Berger, but he kind of deserves that, you know. I inform people. That's the thing about being a teacher. I'm not here to tell you what to think. All right. And don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not an accredited teacher by any means. I get it. I'm just some punk that likes talking about rockets on Twitch. I understand that. But you know, I still think that people listen to me. People listen to what I have to say, and I take that very seriously. You know, like, I'm very serious about that. especially when it comes to spaceflight analyzation. I take that super serious, and because of this, I won't try to tell people what to think. You guys think for yourself, all right? You guys are smart. I trust you. Like, if you found the stream out and you've watched me for any period of time, you know what I'm all about. I trust you. Straight up. Think for your frigging self. Don't let people think for you. All right? And that way convinces more people than any, like, well, I want to debate you about whether the Earth is flat. That convinces more people than you would not believe. Honestly, showing him the stream won't do him any good. I don't want him here. I don't want him here. That's your burden, not mine. Yeah, I don't bother with that, man. I just kind of do my thing. We talk about space. We have some fun. Kind of go from there. Gabriel, it's been a while. It's been a while that I came to your stream and you're looking balder, man. What the heck? I know. I know, dude. I know. Can't stop getting old, bro. Sucks. So, like, it's weird, dudes. It's just thin right here. And then maybe a little bit right there. And that's about it. That's it. That's it. Everywhere else is just fine. You know, it's just a little bit. It's just enough to make it look like my hair's falling out. It's the headphones? Well, I've been putting the headphones forward, dude. Yeah. Have you tried Miracle Grow? No, I use Scott's, alright? It wasn't accidental. I did it on purpose. Hey, Ein, what's going on? It's our 1 year anniversary. What did you get you? I got you a ring. Look. I got you 3 rings. One's an octagon. Is Brimo putting Nair in your shampoo? No. Alright. That's strange. Where's my ring? Your ring is right here. See? It's the octagon. I made one differently for you, obviously. I don't like this. I don't like that the spacing isn't right. Alright. Alright, octagon it is. So, this looks like a deflated sphere, because it's flat on some edges. Like the top of my head, it's nice and flat right there. So let's the ship designer really wants you to build squares. Yeah, well, I'm not gonna do what it wants. Listen, ship designer, you ain't the boss of me. I'm gonna take your squares and I'm gonna throw them on the ground. Alright. Alright, let's do a little bit of this, and a little bit of that. Let's not do a little bit of this. A little bit of that. Let me get a smaller piece here. Alright, that's a waste of time. That would be a waste of time. We're just gonna frick you up. Why pick? Man, I was about to go crazy, losing my mind. Don't get upset. Bro, like, who cares? Screw that guy. Guy ain't a part of your life. The hell with him. Think what you want to think. Let him think what he wants to think. Mind your own damn business. And that, well, it's not, alright, whatever. Getting mad ain't gonna solve anything. Put your energy into learning things. Seriously, don't waste your time with these people. Because you know what? You know what's gonna piss them off the most? If you ignore them. Just ignore them. Let them think whatever they want. Life isn't frigging debate club, dude. How did you change orientation to the XYZ move tool with the part selection? Number pad plus sign, dude. It switches to local orientation. If you spent as much time arguing with this punk, you could have learned something new about space. Don't waste your time. Alright. How are we gonna do this? Alright, take off snap here. Oh boy. Okay. That's about how long we need to be. So let me get rid of that and let me put a 48 in here, and that should get us what we need. Move that up there like that. Something like that, Kuro, yeah. There we go. All right, so let's mess with this here. Where can I purchase the NASA aerodynamics book? Jeffrey Bezos simulator. All right, so let's turn off snap, and we'll move this. Hey. Hey. Could you just copy and paste one good ring? Yeah, I don't have a good ring though. But yeah, of course I can. Okay, if it doesn't want to do that, we'll do double 24s. Alright, so undo the snap, and then move... Why isn't that moving today? You gotta be very slow with the increments there, or else it's not gonna do it. Very, very fine movement. Watch out, Meg. Their vision is based off of movement. Where'd you go? Sorry. I came in late-ish last night after the observatory event, and the stream is already over. Haven't had a chance to check the VOD. Any cool KSP progress to report? Jim, I got the stranded SSTO up. That's up in orbit. I got it back. Got another 100K, dude. Yeah, we got 7 back. Yeah, and then we have a explore the moon satellite mission to launch tonight. It should net us about 200K. We're getting close. We're getting close to the big boy. Speaking of the SSTO, I made a video of your landing and posted it in Discord. Oh, thanks, man. Here, let's move the angle bar out of the way for a second. Thanks, Jim. Fast haircut. Yeah, I have the KSP show and tell up already, Los. Why isn't the incremental movement working all of a sudden? Yeah, okay, it was moving there for a second. Yeah, Jim, we actually made a ton of friggin' progress, dude. Hey, how you doing after the hurricane? Alright, so that spacing worked. So I'm going to copy this piece. Not bad here, bit south of here. Some are still without power. Yeah. Dude, it went around me. It completely missed. Like, completely missed. Keep forgetting that we got a channel box over here. Dude, it wasn't even, like, it went totally around Boston. So, yeah, it was sunny the day that it hit. It was sunny on Sunday. I'm like, alright. Come on. Give it to me, baby. Ow, 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 ow. Once it went over Block Island, it took a swing west up through central Connecticut. Yeah. Yeah, that's alright. Nothing of value was lost. Just kidding, Connecticut, bros. Love you. It's coming, no force. I just needed a slightly bigger, I needed a slightly bigger design, or slightly bigger diameter, or not diameter, radius. Well, diameter too, but than this. This wasn't enough to fit all the engines in. I want to fit the double stacked engines like what we had yesterday, but I have to make the appropriate loop. But it won't let me, mate. It won't let me. Have you seen Manly's auto-stabilizing plane? It's pretty neat. On Twitters. Hello, Scott Munley here. Oh, no. Oh. We have a message. Hey, there's me. Alright, what do we got? This plane isn't like regular Kerbal planes. The core is on rotational joints, free to move, and it's mechanically linked to the elevators. Applying the rotational torque to the core moves the elevator This means the SAS will self-stabilize, but in a much less direct fashion. Cool. Yeah, I think so, Crafter. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool, man. That, dude, that's the biggest problem that I had with 7 last night. The old control scheme where I had trim tabs on the end of the body flap, every time I deployed the body flap, the control surfaces would adjust and basically cancel it out. That's why 7 was so hard to control on the way down. That's why we had so many control problems. Trim tabs and control surfaces on robotics does not freaking work. It'll self-stabilize. It'll cancel it out. It'll just keep going in the direction that it wants. I did land at Nighthound, barely, but we did. That's cool. That's interesting. I'm sure this is useful somewhere. I finished all the floors on your building? Eh? Oh, you legend! Your stock is rising, number 2. Thanks, man. You didn't need to do that. It looks freaking awesome, though. Oh, that looks so good. Cool. So, Crafter, you think we gotta increase the radius a little bit? Here. I'll go... Let's do this, and let's go with another 36 right here. Let's turn snap back on. Yeah, city's looking real good. Alright, so, you know what? We'll end up... Hellfish, I have an idea. And everybody that's here, I have an idea. If we're gonna make octagons, no, we can't build something this big. We can't do that. It's not gonna work. But we can make something similar. What I'm really getting at is the Pillar of Autumn's construction. For whatever reason, Joseph Staten, one of the guys that wrote like the original Halo story, came up with the structure for Halo. When they built this universe, there's a reason why the Pillar of Autumn was able to take down so many ships and why it survived the Battle of Reach in Halo lore, all right? The reason why it did is because it's overbuilt, and that's why they chose it for, that's why they chose the ship design as the ship that Master Chief would be on in the original Halo. If you read the books, there's a good reason for it. Here's the reason right here. All right, check this out. It's because of its honeycomb structure. All right, so the Pillar of Autumn was built like this. It was built as basically a gigantic honeycomb interior, and that made it, it was a freighter originally. These are cargo holds. That's what they're supposed to be. And the reason why they built this way is because this thing was supposed to be cargo. They weren't sure. This was one of the first ships to have one of the first big gigantic freighters. And if you look, right, if you look on the map, there's these huge load-bearing beams that go diagonally through some of the levels when you're playing on the Pillar of Autumn in Halo 1. There's vertical beams and then there's diagonal beams. And if you look at the honeycomb structure here, check it out. See what I'm talking about? Isn't that cool? They actually thought of all this stuff when they made it, which is pretty awesome. If you read the Halo Bible, you know what I'm talking about. So, I'm thinking we could just do that. It's totally possible to make that design here. Maybe instead of doing these radii, I suppose, we should try that. Let's see. Let me see, Hellfish, because we could, dude, we could miniaturize that. Totally doable. And then we could just have hexagonal compartments here for all the engines. Build a working ship first or it'll take as long as your launch pads. Well, I'm kind of using this as an excuse to learn the editor, dude. So, watch this. Yeah, maybe, Force. I just finished Halo C yesterday. How did I never notice that? Bro, I'm a Halo nutcase, Dino. I loved Halo back in the day. I read all the books, dude. I still have them. Halo is one of my favorite sci-fis, dude. By a long shot. The story is so good. The Tesla bot is a fake PR stunt. You think so? I mean, it's a little out there, DV. I'm not going to sit here and say, like, yeah, that's alright. That's a thing. But it's a little weird. Gonna play some Infinite when it releases? Probably not. What are we building? I decided to rearrange my kind of octagonal design a little bit, Kem, to be a little more useful. Because of, where is it? Here we go. Yeah, I was thinking this would be a good idea. See the honeycomb structure from the Pillar of Autumn? I could try to replicate that instead of trying building bigger rings. It would actually be a scalable design. But, once again, I'll be honest with you dudes, I'm kind of using this as an excuse to mess with the editor. I want to learn the editor, I want to learn the ins and outs, but... Have you built a crane in Starbase? Yeah, no, I haven't. Nice. I like you. That's funny. I like you. Very nice. I mean, I'll be honest, guys. I don't want to build a goddamn box. Okay? Everybody builds a freaking box. Every ship is a freaking box. That's the meta right now. We are gonna break the mold on that real quick. You're building a little Babby starship? Let me see. Nice. And then when capital ships are added, we could just use this design to create the full-size Pillar of Autumn. Yeah. I mean, the octagons on the real Pillar of Autumn are quite... large. But yeah. Cortana, all I want to know is, did we make it? I think we both know the answer to that. We made a blind jump. How did they get here first? Covenant ships have always been faster. And since they've been tracking us all the way since Reach, at light speed, my options were limited. They were waiting for us on the far side of the planet. So where do we stand? Our fighters are mopping up some of the recon picket now, nothing serious. But I've isolated approach signatures of multiple CCS-class battleships. Make that 3 Covenant ships per group. Well, that's it then. Bring the ship back up to Combat Alert Alpha. I want everyone at their stations. Everyone, sir? Everyone. And Cortana, give our old friends a warm welcome. You heard the lady. Move like you got a purpose. All you greenhorns that want to see Covenant up close, this is gonna be your lucky day. Sergeant Johnson's my favorite character from that, man. He's my favorite. Man, keep your eyes downrange, fingers on the triggers, and we all go home in one piece. Am I right, Marines?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Uh-huh. Damn right I am. Now move it out. Double time. Just realized, why was Master Chief in cryo? Why wasn't he activated to defend Reach? He was. Read the book. He was in cryo while they transferred, while they made a blind jump. So, there's this thing in the Halo universe, HIP, called Cole Protocol. It was made by an admiral in the United States, or not the United States, the United Nations Space Command, called Preston Cole. Preston Cole made this, came up with the idea, a doctrine that basically was like, we don't want the Covenant finding Earth, so if you're in the suck, right? If you get ambushed by Covenant ships, do not, under any circumstances, jump towards any Earth homeworld. It's called Cole Protocol, alright? It's Article 1 of Cole Protocol, if you really want to know. Because I'm a loser and I read Halo books, I get it. That's how I know that. Alright, so, Master Chief did work on Reach with the other Spartans. He did. They got separated because Master Chief had to... Oh, I forget what John was doing. He was doing something. He was just doing Master Chief things. And when they got separated, he was the only one that was able to get on the Pillar of Autumn and go to cryo. He was in cryo sleep while they made the blind jump. So the Pillar of Autumn was the only ship to survive Reach. Humanity got their crap pushed in at Reach badly. Badly. The Covenant showed up with everything in their arsenal to get rid of the humans. And they glassed the planet. They killed everybody on it. Well, almost everyone, but that's another story. So Master Chief was in cryo from the blind jump that they made. The thing is, the blind jump was made by the AI Cortana, which is the AI from the game, right? And she made a blind jump based off of some data that she got from ONI, Office of Naval Intelligence. She made a blind jump based off of some data that she got from ONI about a starship a star system that had one of their sacred rings on it. So she basically knew that Halo was there, but she didn't know what Halo was. The rings. So she did that from ONI intercepted transmissions, Office of Naval Intelligence intercepted transmissions from Forerunner Artifact and Covenant chatter about it. You're dangerously close to making a box. Oh, you're right. Gross. So, yeah, there's a whole backstory on it from Halo Reach about, there were Forerunner artifacts on Reach, and Cortana was using the star charts from those salvaged artifacts, and blah, 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 blah. Long story short, her blind jump wasn't blind, and they found Halo. And the Covenant freaked out when they found Halo, because that's like that's like a sacred religious icon for them. Their whole founding doctrine was that the Forerunners chose them as the chosen species to inhabit the planet and stuff, or inhabit the universe, etc., etc. And yeah, there's a whole other thing that feeds into that, dude. Yeah, it's a great story, really fun, really fun. Yeah, it's a long story. You have to read it. What do you think, guys? Do you think the Orthodox cross is, it really does look like, that looks like an Orthodox cross. Whoops. Yeah, Buck. No, they did that part never happened. Does this list look like a good reading to you? John, you'd like it. Yeah, the Halo. No. Don't read it in this order. No. Don't do that. That's the order that they came out. This right here is the order that the books came out. You got to read Contact Harvest first. Contact Harvest is by Joseph Staten. He's the guy that wrote the scripts, all the scripts for Halo. Read that one first. Read that one first, then Follow Reach, then The Flood, then First Strike, and then Ghost of Onyx. And I'm not sure about Cole Protocol. I haven't read anything past that because, yeah, I just started reading about Real Space. Real Space ruins it every time, dude. The chronological order is Contact Harvest, Follow Reach, Flood, First Strike, Ghost of Onyx. Dude, honestly, just read these. These are the ones that take place during Halo 1 and 2. Well, Contact Harvest and Follow Reach is before Halo 1. This is during Halo 1. And that's between Halo 1 and 2. Ghost of Onyx is what's... Well, I won't say, but this takes place during Halo 2 and 3. I haven't read anything else. I haven't read anything past here. There's a lot of good books. Jeez, maybe I should go read some of these. I mean, Joseph Stanton wrote some of these right there. Shadow of Intent. Shadow of Intent's a Covenant ship. But yeah, dude, I was a big Halo nutcase for a long time. And that's why, like, there's all this awesome backstory behind it and everything. There's all this awesome backstory behind it, and then they ruined it with 4. Like, I'm not just saying that because, you know, that's like the fun thing to do. They went back on all the things that made the lore good. It's literally a For All Mankind Season 2 scenario, and that's why I hate it. I won't play a Halo game, and I haven't read any of the books since. Yeah, the new backstory is terrible. Terrible. It's horrid. Like, just... Yeah, Chuck, it's basically that. 343 wanted to do their own thing. Well, then they should have made another game. They should have made a different game. Yeah. You met the Red vs. Blue creators? Cool. Joseph Staten is writing Infinite's story. Well, alright. Marathon. Good game, dude. How will you tie this all together the first ring? Hammer Nails, I won't. This was going to be its own... The Orthodox Cross was going to be its own thing. What's wrong with Season 2 of For All Mankind? No. That has a lot to do with it. Yeah. I don't know, Hammer Nails. Maybe. What, you wouldn't want a moon shuttle?
Discovery,
No.
go and throttle up.
Rezzle! 64-month resub. Inky, I don't like the direction that they took the show. I think it's stupid. Yeah. So, anyway, actually, I could keep this shape. And we could use this for engine sections. Huh. Huh. But then again, how would we tie that all together? Alright, let me try something a little different. Let's try just 3 wide. Here. Let's switch gears from Halo here to, let's go to Star Wars. How about the Republic? The Republic Cruiser. How about the Consular class? We could make something like this. Huh. I don't think we have the space. It's 115 meters. Yeah, there's the ejector pod. But if this is a consular ship, where is the ambassador? Here, let's, you know what? Maybe we could switch gears from Halo. This is much more manageable. No, Maverick, I haven't. Doesn't seem like it would be good for mining outside of the safe zone. If the buildable area was just a few meters longer, you could build Grissom. Planet Express ship? Well, curves are a little bit on the difficult side to make, Drummer, but yeah. Damn. I vote the beep up. Oh, God. That would be really difficult to make. Kind of want to just make Grissom. That would be really cool, actually. But Lumprod, how much materials would we need for that, dude? Like, we need tons of materials. Yo, the Death... What do you mean the rebels blew up the Death Star? What the hell is an aluminum Falcon, Rezel? Can we fit double engines in here? You know what? I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try it. Let's just get rid of the inner ring here. And let me get my engine clusters and we'll go from there. Okay. Okay. Put banana over there for a second. I was gonna say, I could make these into a clustered nacelle, right? And then we could just keep duplicating them and we could make as many as we want. Okay, have you read any Arthur C. Clarke? Negative. Nah, I haven't. Probably should. Yeah, Elvis, we'll go with what we had. That'll work. Clustered nacelles could work, but... Nah, I like the way that we're gonna do it. The honeycomb structure could work, but once again, yeah, I'm just trying to figure out different ways that I can mess with the editor. Alright, let's try to find the better radius here. You're a better radius? I may be, but at least I can type. Got him. Dang, bro, I got a family, stop! Sometimes I wonder. Hey, J-Speed, what's going on? I just need to make a slightly bigger... Stop, he's already dead. Slightly bigger radius here so I could fit double engines on each post. That's the design that we wanted, so that's the design that I'm going to go with here.
Discovery, going
Goat
on.
at throttle up. Hey, Ismail. What's up? 34 months. What if you worked backwards? Start with your needed angle piece and then build the radius inward. It's hard to do that way, Moto, because of editor restrictions. It's hard to make that it's hard to make it like that. Huh. Why isn't that lining up? This is the same piece. Why isn't that lining up like that, dudes? What did I miss? Grab? I don't understand why this is offset to one side over the other. Like, that doesn't make sense. Am I missing something, guys? Like, why would this not be a 45-degree angle? The diagonal piece is not correctly placed. Oh, thank you, Space Nerd. Oh, thank you. I missed it. I was getting really, really concerned there. I know I made a mistake, but I just don't know where it is. There we go. I was like, what the heck? Now we're talking, man. There we go. Let me take off Snap here for a second. Bingo. Obrigado. Alright. Let's get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. Now we duplicate. Yes. Score. Breakthrough. Oh, that's excellent. Excellent. Perfect. All right. I can get rid of the other octagon. We don't need that. So... bye-bye. Can fit so many engines in this bad boy. Alright, so this is the engine section for the ship that I'm building. Oh, I gotta put the pieces back in here. Nice. That leaves me space to put stuff on the sides. Yeah, Space Nerd, yeah. That's what I did. Alright, so take this. Nice. It wasn't big enough for what I wanted, Beard. Yes. Score. Oh, those aren't gonna work. We need the T-beam 36ers for the floor. There. That should give me plenty of headroom in here. Excellent. PJ is happy. Sweet. Dude, the way I want to get one of these ships coding is like, let's take a Cessna Citation, like a CJ4. Let's take its flight startup procedure and let's just copy it and make the ship work. So like, you gotta turn on auxiliary power first, right? And then you turn on like an APU, right? Charge the batteries, so the generator, right? And then like, you have to turn on the FADEC for the engine thrust to get the controllers working. I think we should do something like that. I think that'd be sick. Alright, get rid of Bonan just for a second. Save this. Yeah, the CJ4 doesn't have an APU, and you're actually right. It just works off of battery power. So you have yeah, you have just the batteries. You have, damn, it's been a while since I played Flight Sim. So what would have an APU? A 737? Making the ship like an airplane. Like, Sneaky, I want my ship to have a startup procedure. Like, you have to... Sounds like someone needs to go back to recurrent training. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. No. No. Tech. No. You gotta flip the battery power on. Flip the master power on. Flip the avionics on. Program the flight computer. Shut the avionics on. Shut the avionics off. Flip engine power on. Start the engines. Flip avionics back on. Boom. Got it. Goat 'em. I was close. I know that's close. Have you had your 3 landings in the last 90 days? Otherwise, you aren't qualified to carry passengers. Oh, it's a sign. However, get that off the screen. Uh-oh. Why use the battery start when you can use ground power? Because I don't think you can tap ground power on Flight Simulator. If your landing takes more than 4 hours, call the ATC. What? What? Did you see that they're adding the Reno air races? No, but that's pretty awesome. score. Why do they call them TIE fighters? Oh, I don't know. I know. Oh, I know the kind of question that's coming, or the kind of answer that's coming. Oh yeah, old school Family Guy reference. All right, so our engine cluster. We're gonna stack the engines like we did before. So let me just get rid of this on this side for a moment, and we're gonna need to do that. And now we got to figure out our engine mounts. No. There you go. Is this better? This is Chug Jug. Stormcrasher with the finger guns! Yes! The finger gun! Not you too! That's the best. I'm a cool pro Fortnite gamer. Cool pro Fortnite. Can take me to your Xbox to play Fortnite today! That's good, man. It made me laugh. Hi, Kelly. All right, here. You want irony? You guys already said it. This is a theme to a generation. Someone should make a time lapse of SLS being stacked in the VAB with this music behind it. I am in 100% full support of this idea, Jim. That's so funny. Yeah, we should do that. That's a good call. Why is it so good? Wait, why isn't that lining up? Oh. Hang on a minute, Chief. This one needs to be a 48. Why is this music working? I don't understand. I mean, I do, but I don't. Should be done for every rocket stacking. Do you want me to play this music when we're integrating the SSTO, or is that what we're talking about? Do you like jazz? I only like smooth jazz. We would be honored if you are going to play your jazz flute. Play your jazz flute. Cool. Alright. Engine mount 1. Initiate engine mount retrieval suction number 1. Initiating retrieval suction number 1. You got it. Pick it up. James Hazer. That's a Hazer raid. Thank you. I don't think I know you. James, how are you? What were you playing? I don't know you, man. No, what's up? How are you? The heck is that noise? Yes. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. You're an old viewer. Watch you during the KSP days. Oh, excellent. Sweet. The KSP days are still going. I play Kerbal every day. The Kraken has worn me down as a person. But I've worn him down too. He's probably sick of my crap at this point, but that. No, that's cool, man. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. Come on, you were just saying the scene. What the hell is that noise? Initiate retrieval suction number 1. Yes, goalie. Yes. Yes. You're playing Carrier Command 2. What's that about? The Kraken is so sick that he stopped updating the game. That is a distinct possibility, and I'm not going to say that it's wrong. Perfect. There we go. There's our engine section, boys and girls. Replace the double 96 with a 192. That one right there? Sure. What is the Kraken? The Kraken are the phantom forces associated from using the Unity engine in KSP. DV, you watched the other day when I had the helicopter and I tried to pick up the SSTO and everything just blew up in my face? Yeah, Kraken. It's just kind of the blanket term for any time something goes completely south in Kerbal. You blame the Kraken. Yep. All right, let's weld this all up. So anyway, welcome, James Raiders. Appreciate it. James, tell me about yourself. So like, okay, James, I don't know you. I know that you know me, but I don't know you. So here's the thing. Yeah, okay, cool. You said something. All right. I was going to say, describe to me what you were playing and why you were streaming it, because anytime I get raided by somebody I don't know, I don't want to just be like, oh yeah, follow this person. I don't know anything about you. How the heck do I know? It's like, tell me what's up. So, Carrier Command 2 is a carrier ship simulator where you have to control everything on your own carrier and destroy the evil carriers amongst the world. All right, right on, man. That sounds like fun. Cool. Yeah, so see, now I know. And now it's not awkward anymore. I mean, it still kind of is with me. Like, look at me. I look like Mario I look like Super Mario went to boot camp over here. Hello, it's me. Hey, Mario. Now you know. Did you know that? But anyway, thanks for the raid, buddy. I appreciate it. The Kraken taketh, but the Kraken also giveth. Facts. The Kraken is a false god, though. Anybody who idolizes the Kraken is an idolater. They are it's a false prophet. It's like worshiping Satan. The hierarchy is what will bring you salvation. Yeah. I just love the stream and I like supporting you. Yeah, you're a mechanical engineering student. And streaming is something that I just got into because of the sweet upgrade to your PC. Alright, heck yeah. Salvation is key. The hierarchy. Alright. So, Mac, you're ME. That's cool, man. Hell yeah. Alright, sweet. Drink to that, dude. What I'm trying to do, James, is introduce structural engineering into this game and see how well it takes it. Everybody builds a box, right? And you know, like, I mean, I know with mechanical engineering you don't go through this as much, but, I mean, you still do statics and dynamics, right? So I'm basically trying to make the ship cylindric to be able to disperse the load evenly around the entire hull of the ship. Because if we make a cylindric ship, the idea is that we could put we could have something that applies a ton of force down the back, so i.e. a lot of frigging engines, and we won't have to worry about the ship, the structural integrity of this ship compressing and braking. We know it'll be able to handle the compression load because it's a cylinder. So I noticed that just everybody in this game right now, and that's just the meta, because it's easy to do. Everybody in this game right now builds boxes and makes, like, they build Borg cubes. Screw that. We're not building Borg cubes here. I'm going to build a different type of ship. Screw that, man. Nah, that ain't me, man. We're not about that life. Alright, so check this out. We have the engine section all figured out. Watch Gamescom. I can't. I got Gamecast. Before I go changing this up, Hellfish, I gotta upgrade the bolts to the banan. I'm building a Borg cylinder. Shut the hell up. Rune, you shut up. It's not a Borg cylinder. Shut up. So you're going back to 8 engines? Hell yeah. No, we're going to have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Yeah, we're going to have 16 in this design. Was that a Malibu's Most Wanted reference? Nah, man, I got Gamecast. Well, what do you mean you got Gamecast? Well, there's Dreamcast and there's GameCube. Shut up, man! I can't afford it! Alright. That was sweet, man. Where'd you learn that? Grand Theft Auto 3? Oh, what system that on? PlayStation 2? Ah, man, I don't have that. I got Gamecast. What? I got Gamecast. Bro, this is cool. Indeed, a cylinder is more structurally sound. I'd love to see the innovation. We need to innovate. We must innovate. Because we can and nobody's paying me, and I have time to do whatever I need to do to this ship to get it to work. So let's innovate, baby. When I say Mally, you say boo. Mally, boo. That movie is very funny, actually. Boo this man! Oh, Sneaky, not you too. Alright, so, watch this. So we're going to take the engine section, right? We're going to take Banan, and we're going to just... Well, we're going to show him. We're going to show this world a thing or two. We're going to show... Alright. So, we're going to take the engine cluster, right? And then we're just going to move it up there, alright? And then we're going to take this whole Bananarama. Watch this, ready? Hey! Hey! Why? There. Now we get rid of this, right? And then we take our Bananarama again. Then we should just be able to drop it down in. Ready? Bow, 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 bow. Now copy it again. Now we go in here, we do some formatting to the bulkheads. Did you just drop it like it's hot? Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. What a kid giving attitude. Park it like it's hot. Park it like it's hot. Snoop. Do you need RCS in this game? If you want a station keep with stuff, yeah, absolutely. You need RCS and it needs to be balanced. Center of thrust, center of mass stuff, dude. Same deal. Same deal as KSP. That's why I like this game. If if you're carrying a differential load, so like say you have a ship and you have two cargo bays on either side of the ship, one side's full, the other side isn't, your ship's gonna do circles if you don't have RCS. Just like Kerbal, just like real life. It's freaking sweet, dude. You saw a 61 bird? Nice, man. Was it the unibody style or was it the regular? Because Bandit Ford made a unibody truck in the early 60s. You check the license plate? You get a license plate for that plate, mate? Here's a unibody. Hell yeah, dude. Those unibodies are cool. Cool truck. Not very good for doing anything but driving around. It's actually really similar to the Ford Maverick. Nobody wanted them. So they're rare for the wrong reasons. They're rare for the wrong reasons, Bio, but they are cool. They look mint. They are cool trucks, for sure. It's funny, history is repeating itself with the Ford Maverick, dude. The Maverick is basically the same thing. It's a unibody pickup truck. It's not... We have a word for those over here, Bio. They're called going to town rigs, to put it in vice grip nomenclature. Alright, so we can get rid of the Bonan. Check that out, dudes. I mean, meant like it rolled off the forward line. Yeah. No, I got you. But yeah, people didn't want those. They weren't really useful. They rusted out very quickly. We're welded, bros. There it is, dudes. Oh, that's sick. Any chance you can bung some fuel tanks or something in the spaces around the engines? It's possible. I don't even know, White Mace, I don't even know what the propellant tanks look like, to be honest with you. Look at this thing. So now my engines have some armor plating on them, so we're protecting them against strikes, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. Here, let's take a look. What does this look like? Oh, that's money, dude. That's so cool. Could you fit triangle thrusters in there? It's possible. Yeah, we could fit the triangles in here. That's cool. Toca, toca, pistola. It looks like a pod racer engine, man. That's why I said that. Oh, that's so cool. That engine section's money. I'm really happy with that. And then on the inside here, for the inner engines, we have everything can just be connected on a central duct. See? The outside engines are going to be a little bit weird to make work. We're going to have to make the ducts go out around, but... Okay, now make the rest. The what? Oh, the floor plates are ringing up as a structural connection. Structurally bad connection. What else do we have here in the engines? Okay. Six. Bro, look at how strong it is in there. Look at all the struts. Look at all the struts the game ran. Holy crap, that's a freaking armored box. Oh, this thing is going to be super strong. Yeah, Hooch, it came out real nice. Hold up, you have to run plumbing? It's like Stationeers, man. Yeah. Oh yeah. I gotta get fuel and power to these engines. The wire harness is gonna be crazy on this thing. Will it do the Kessel run though? Yeah, in 12 fagizzies. You don't know of the aluminum Falcon? Should I have? Now, what did we do for the conic section before, guys? I forget. What did I do for that? I think we did a 15-degree bend. No, it was a 30. I used the 30. Are you sure? It had... Maybe it was 30. Here, let's save. Let's save this. And then open the aluminum Falcon. Here we go. 30, 66 by 38 symmetrical. See, this was the other ship. This is the original design, but I couldn't fit another set of engines in the every fourth position. That's why we redid it. Because now that looks, I mean, it's similar. This is similar, but this is a decagon, so we didn't want that. It didn't work, so we go with tubes part 2 right here. Yeah, we could do the barbell. That's fine, Hellfish. The flying barbell, though, looks just a little weird, don't you think? It looks like a minigun. Yeah, I see it. Hammerhead shape in the front, so you guys want like a... like that? Satellite of love, brown out, rocket, brown, yeah! It's a good song, man. This game looks nuts. How's the learning curve? Are you familiar with the Grand Canyon, James? Are you? No, I am not. Wait, really? Wait, is that are you serious? The Grand Canyon in Nevada? No, in Colorado, and spans multiple states. All right. How's the learning curve? About that? You mean Arizona? Part of it's in Nevada. Pulse. Actually, Pulse, I want to tell you, dude, I started not lifting, dude, because I have to go low impact because of my stupid back, but I've been doing 10 crunches, 10 push-ups every day. I've done it every day last week and every day this week. You know what, man? Feel better. It's so weird. You wouldn't think. I was sore as hell after the first week from just doing crunches. But yeah. So what I do is when I do crunches, I put my arms right here. And I try not to use my arms to lift myself up. Oh, dude. And then when you get up, when you're at the top, you throw 1 punch, 2 punch, and then go back down. What time is Space News? 4 o'clock, Linux. So, yeah. Not everybody's familiar with the U.S. Some of us are for EU. So, and Arlene, this is the Grand Canyon is a canyon that was formed via erosion from the Colorado River. It's actually if you like geology, it's got some really awesome sedimentary phenomenon going on here over millions of years of erosion. The river was at one point it was up here somewhere, but it just eroded all this rock over time, so you get some crazy cool geological phenomenon going here. I recommend against crunches. It's not great for the back. Planks are better for low intensity. Yeah. Dude, push-ups, my arms felt like jello after. But yeah, no, dude, you know, you start stretching everything out again, and then everything feels good. Like, yeah. Shy, Space News will start in no. An hour and 40 minutes, give or take. You hiked down into there last month? Dude, take me with you. Let's go. Take me with you. Let's go, and we'll live stream it. Actually, that's a really good idea. We should do that. I can't do crunches. It feels like someone's pulling your back out of your spot. Yeah, but yeah. So I have some 15-pound dumbbells. That's 7.5 kilos for everybody else, and I'm just, you know, doing that, doing leg lifts. You're a very masculine man. Well, yeah, yoga's fine. You gotta stretch. I mean, you gotta stretch this stuff out, dude, or else you're gonna get tense. And I know that because my parents made me play sports, dude. You always had to do yoga stretches before you freaking went and worked. For anyone wanting to use JNSQ or anything else using chronometer in 1.12, I just released an update for it. Right on, Linux. Hell yeah. Yeah, I don't judge. I mean, I'll give people crap for using yoga mats, but not because I don't understand, you know? All right. I get it. I get why they're doing it, but it's still funny to give people crap. But then again, I would probably be using one too. My hamstring is so tight because I'm so tall. I'm always stretching. Yeah. Yep. All right, so we're gonna do the same thing with the angles right here. But yeah, no, it felt good working out again, dude. You always feel like trash after like the first couple of times you do it, but yeah, feels good, man. Like, as screwed up as it sounds, and I know some folks here are gonna be like, what? I like going out and doing physical work. It feels good. I know. I'm not trying to say like, well, you should do it too. No, nothing like that. It's just, yeah, it feels good. You feel good after you do it. I mean, it's gonna hurt, and it's physical activity. I know. I sit on the computer all day. Believe me, I know. Didn't tell you did your first half marathon the day before I left. Last 3 miles were real rough. That's cool, man. That's cool. Hell yeah, dude. So see, there's no symmetry node editing in this right now. So what I do is, you know what the funny thing is? This is how rockets are processed in real life. They're usually on what's called a processing ring. And the processing ring is just a metal band that they put around the rocket. And it's like a clamp for the rocket. It's not like clamping it by any means, but it's just holding it in place. And they have this huge clamp that's on a hinge, and they clamp it, and then that ring is on a little trolley, and that trolley has wheels on it, and it spins it, and the rocket can turn. They use processing rings to be able to basically install components on the rocket exactly like what I'm doing now. Like, because it's better to install components when you're plumb with gravity. If you're trying to install a component here, you have to kind of turn it and go in at a 45-degree angle. You don't want to do that. That makes things harder, not easier. So what they'll do is they have the rocket on these processing rings, and then they'll turn it like that. And then that makes installing components like this super easy. You just drag it down. That's it. It's a big rotisserie. That's all a processing ring is. Yep, you got it. Okay, hold on a second. Why is that one... Oh. Cool. Yeah, I was gonna say, why is that one so far off? There you go. Yeah, here, I can show you a picture of the processing ring. So, Falcon 9 HIF, Horizontal Integration Facility. Of course, it shows no pictures of it. A lot of pictures of the rocket launching, though. Literally every picture. Here, we'll try 39A. So in this building is where they process in there. That's where the processing stools are. Bingo. Here we go. So this is an old picture. These are all Block 4 Falcon 9s. But see the processing ring right there? There it is. It's just a big clamp. It works like this. It's got a hinge on one side, and then just you clamp it around the rocket, and then you can turn the rocket so you can work on it. See? And then they go on this stand that has just powered wheels right there, and then whoop, you can turn the whole thing. It's assuming GIF. Yep. They do that. They don't do that for welding. In process piping, we have roller strands for welding. Yeah. Okay, Rune. They don't do that this way necessarily. But it's, dude, you know what? The manufacturing process isn't actually that far off. How they put the damn things together. I mean, because what is it? It's a big friggin' pipe. It's an aluminum pipe. That's all it is. That's all a rocket is. That's all Falcon 9. And I'm not trying to downplay it. It's just an aluminum tube. So it is kind of similar. So what they do, Rune, would be like if you were so they manufacture it in barrel segments, and the barrel segments are, I don't know, 20 feet long. And the barrel segments are made up of they're made up of sheets of aluminum that they put through a metal brake. So like same kind of thing as if you put it through like an English wheel, right? And they go and what that does is it makes it concave. And then they put 4 of those concave sections together, they stir weld that, and that makes the pipe. And then they just take a bunch of those pipes and they just keep and then you get a, you know, they put the bulkheads in for the fuel tanks and stuff. But yeah, it's kind of like, it would be like soldering pipe almost. It's kind of the same idea. Also, Falcon Heavy. I have to tell you what the frick you can do with an aluminum tube? But yeah, how they process them is with these tube rings. And it's not just Falcon 9. Atlas 5 works like that. Delta works like that. They all work that way. It's the easiest way to do it. And you can do that. You can do this in the editor. Which is cool. That's how I did my engine section. Right, I've done quite a bit of metal fab. All right, cool. So yeah, we speak the same language then, man. Yeah, I love metal fab, dude. That's just, I suck at welding. That's the problem. But I do share a kinship with fabricators because I come from the 3D modeling world. And half the operations that you do to geometry in 3D modeling world is extrusion and lofting and beveling and chamfering. Those should sound familiar, right? Like that's... So, yeah, dude. I like metal fab. Metal fab's cool. Then again, I'm a big hot rodding guy, so... No, you're a loft. You're lofted in the head. Got him. Nice, Shy. Alright, just a couple more here. I love CAD work. CAD's fun, dude. But James, working with real metal does have its, you know, like the first time I put the engine mounts together on my truck, I was like, damn, dude. It's like working in CAD, but it actually exists. Yeah, Shy, hell yeah. Good stuff, man. All right. There we go. All right, we can get rid of our sub-assembly there. Oh, yeah, man. This thing's gonna be sick, dude. See, this is where I wanted to put prop tanks in here. But also, we have sloped plating and stuff. The reason why I wanted to do sloped plating here is because, like, if an asteroid comes in and hits this thing, the voxel damage that the asteroids can do will just hit the I-beams and they'll bounce off and they won't hit my engines. Yeah. I'm basically putting my engines inside of an armored box. Did you see that invitation to Baikonur? Eh? Oh, yeah. I was like, wait, am I going to Baikonur? Wait, what? Dimitri goes and sends invitations to Elon, Jeff Bezos, and Richard Branson to visit Baikonur to watch the launch of the MS-19 with Shkap and the movie crew. Oh, man, I'd get on that. Cam, I'd get on that real quick. I'd do it. That'd be sick. Yo, Dimitri, I'll go. Yeah? I can say like 4 words in Russian. I'm fine. I'll be alright. Alright, Hoosh. See you, buddy. Alright, so let's go in here with the anal assist tool. Yep. It picked up the weld. Oh, man. Yo, this thing is going to be impact resistant. Not sneeze resistant, though. I wish Elon would actually go. Dude, he probably would. You know what I bet you is keeping him from going? Working. Vodka, borscht, da, нет. I've loved working with metal since 9th grade. I'll be 46 on Friday. Still love working with metal. Yeah. Name a better duo, Rogozin and Elon. It's just 2 sides of the same coin, man. I still think that Dimitri's trying to work with what he got work with what he has because he gives a crap, dude. I mean, there's a mountain of people over here that disagree with me on that one, but it's okay. But a lot of you don't. That's the thing. A lot of people are like, yeah, I get it. I see what he's trying to do. All right, so. Anyway, let's get back to this. Here we go. So, now what we need to do is work on the bridge for this thing. You guys wanted like a hammerhead bridge, right? Yeah, sneaky, I know. You're telling me. I put the conic section up there before, and it looked like an arrow, but chat was like, it doesn't look like an arrow. Are you Jeff Bezos? I'm like, yeah. Huh. So, like, around this ring, guys, is where we want to carry the cargo. I want the cargo stuff around here. So this ship will look like it's saddlebagging a lot of cargo because, honestly, the cargo is valuable, but the engines are more valuable when you're transporting the cargo. So if I had to choose something to get dunked on by, like, a ship shooting at me or something, or if I had to choose, like, to get dunked on by a ship shooting at me or asteroids hitting, I'd prefer it hits the cargo and not me and my ship. Where are you going to put the generators? I haven't really decided, Snore, but I think the generators might go in here, around the engine section. The generators are the heart of the ship. It's the heart of the ship. I want to put as much stuff between the generators and the outside of the ship, right? So, like, the back might be good here, but one shot up the jacksie right here and you're going to have a bad day. So maybe not there. You know what? I was thinking about maybe adding wings. Not wings like plane wings, but let's go back to the consular ship. If this is a consular ship, where is the ambassador? Like putting something like this on the sides, that would actually look kind of cool. And then have the main chassis of the ship go down there. Put something on the sides right there, some big wings for cargo, and we could mount the cargo on that saddlebag style. And once again, fellas, I'll be honest, I probably don't have enough cash to make this. Oh. I probably don't have enough cash to make this thing. But, whatever. We'll get the cash, dude. And then anybody in the company could, you know, take the thing for a spin. Alright, so how are we going to do this right here? And then how are we going to do this front cargo piece? Just put the generators in a 2-meter wide exhaust shaft. Why, J-Speed, why was the Death Star venting heat to vacuum? Thermal exhaust port in vacuum. How did, and I get it, you know, not Krennic, what's his name? You know, sabotage the Death Star, like, I get it. How the hell are you venting reactor to vacuum and calling it a cooling port? That would do the opposite of that. There's no medium for the heat to transfer. The Death Star would need radiators. Dude, every time that turbo laser fired to blow up like a planet, it would need radiators basically around the entire surface. Because if it didn't have that, when that laser went to fire, it would melt itself from the inside out because it's the exhaust ports are going to vacuum. You can't vent that way. You'd need to make air. You'd have to have some kind of air coolant loop in there. A direct thermal coupler to the reactor when you're venting to vacuum is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. No, not because it's a movie, Hammernest. Don't give me that. Don't you dare badmouth Star Wars. That was all accurate. George Lucas doesn't believe in reality. Now that I can believe, Linux. You could put triangle engines on the front of the octagonal section in each corner for faster stops in reverse. Crafter, I actually kind of like that idea. Put in the triangle ones right there. It was never an actual exhaust port. Urso just fooled the engineers. Dude, anybody that knows anything about basic Star Wars physics, not even real physics, would know that that's not a way that you cool things. That's like saying, hey guys, I have a nuclear reactor here. Let's vent the radioactive material into the atmosphere to cool the reactor better. Every engineer would look at you like you're nuts. They'd be like, no, that's not how you do that. I don't know, Enko, maybe. Yeah, a 2-meter exhaust vent. Yeah, 2-meter exhaust vent. Or 5-meter exhaust vent or something, right? Like, what kind of horse crap is that? All right, anyway, so how are we going to... Sorry, this is a little bit of a little tangent there. Yeah, that's true, Shado. That's true. Yeah, he's like, oh, you're going to doubt me? I'll shoot you in the face. I will execute you. So, yeah, that actually kind of makes sense. They never said it was the only exhaust port, but still, you're venting to vacuum. That makes no sense. You can't vent to vacuum. That you have to have a medium there to transfer the heat. No, it's stupid. Stupid. Shh. Don't shut up. It's dumb. Stupid Star Wars. Stupid pseudo physics and. All right, let's try doing something like this. But the engines are venting hot gas into the vacuum the entire time. Don't you think a coolant loop would be better? Yeah, okay, that'll work. All right, maybe not that high up off the deck here. Direct coupling to the main reactor. What are you, stupid? But then again, yeah, I suppose if... Well, you have ionization, right? The reason why you have ionization, you're going to have a lot of solar winds. You're going to have a lot of solar winds coming from the Death Star laser. Now, how do I know that and why? Well, the Death Star laser is using a kyber crystal, okay? So it's basically a big lightsaber, all right? It's a big lightsaber, okay? From your Star Wars lore. Big lightsaber. That's fine. It's very clear that the lightsabers with the kyber crystal focusing energy, right? When they slice through things, it ionizes the air. That's what that's. So it's ionizing things. It's using the Hall effect, right? Or the Hall effect is an unintended consequence of a laser sword, right? So if that's the case, that means every time the Death Star laser fired, they would actually need to vent all the ionic radiation that happens. So that actually makes sense. That makes sense in that regard. But saying that, I suppose you could call that a thermal exhaust port. Yeah, I suppose that does make sense. Yeah, Shaw. Dude, you didn't know that? Oh, watch Rogue One, man. That means you haven't seen Rogue One. Go watch Rogue One. Oh, it's one of the best Star Wars movies around, man. Everybody, tell Shaw he needs to... Tell him he needs to get on the Rogue One train. Trust me, it's like Empire Strikes Back good. That's such a freaking good... Such a good movie. Rogue One is right up there with Empire and the original Star Wars. It's just such a good flick, man. So now it's a prosthetic leg? What? Yes. Kind of looks goofy vertical. Well, Shy, let me get the rest of this figured out, and then we'll get to it, okay? Like that to connect in there, but it doesn't look like it wants to. Yeah, that's how that's going to have to connect. We're going to have to weld it together like that. Just because I wanted to a little bit accidental. Red 8, what's that? Well, actually, the sheer mass of the Death Star generated enough of gravitational pull that the Death Star actually had a small amount of atmosphere surrounding it. Enough so that they could use it to cool during normal operations. That actually makes sense. Okay. Okay, alright, that's fair, Alright, okay. What's the difference between ionizing radiation and radiation? Ionizing can hurt you, right? Most radiation is not good for you, Sanshai. The reason why radiation isn't good for you is because it literally screws DNA up. Like, it is bad, very, very bad for us. It messes with your genetics. And it can tell your genetics to produce things that it shouldn't be producing. That's what cancer is, man. And when you get radiation treatments, right? When you get radiation treatments like chemotherapy and stuff, or, well, radiation treatments from cancer and stuff, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to use the radiation to kind of morph it back. That's why it's not a surefire all the time. It's messed up, but it works. It's the best we got right now. Yeah, chemo is chemical. Radiation treatment is different than chemo. Sorry, I had to remember, dude. I kind of blanked that part out, Hammer Nails. Kind of blanked that part out. I didn't have cancer, though, for what it's worth. Family members did, and it's not fun. It's not fun at all. Been through that 2 to 3 times over, dudes. It's not fun. Yeah, same, Hammer Nails. That was a good time. Except for the fact that, you know, it wasn't. But, yeah. No, O-Force. Anyway. Yeah, that was a morbid subject. I don't really want to talk about that anymore. Anyway. Also consider that the Death Star laser was a laser, and follow the physics as we understand them, then recoil from destroying Alderaan should have liquefied the entire crew due to Newton's third law. Yes. Yeah, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Linux. Yeah. Let's change the subject. Yeah, I mean, but yeah, most radiation, Senshai, if not all, is not good for you. Yeah, it's not ideal. I don't know if this hammer design kind of works here, fellas. Here, let's check. Let's move the octagons up here. Let's take these and we'll move them back. And oh, that's just a little bit too high. Hold on. Let me get rid of this. Let me get rid of that. Let me get rid of that. That's a 96. So put 72s in here. Ship's looking real clean. Thanks, man. I'm trying to get this to basically the same height as that. Alright, cool. What do we have here? We have a 192, a 36, and a 36. Okay. Same distance up. Perfect. So, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back in here. We're going to get rid of that for a second. And then we're going to get rid of that for a second. And I want to see if we can make that shape come off the top of the ship. Move this back here. Can we fit that in there? What's it colliding with? It's colliding with this end piece right here. So just get rid of that for a second. And just get rid of that piece for a second. Okay. Yep. All right. So let's dump that for a moment. I know we're working kind of backwards right now, but I'm trying to see if we can bridge this design correctly and make something kind of like the Consular Cruiser from Star Wars, but a little bit different. Okay, alright, okay. So we can get rid of this right there and get rid of that. Hey, Chris gifted us up to Raja. There you go. Ship's looking good. Basically, the reason is the size prevents the initial cancers from doing harm, but by the time the cancer grows to the size of its head, it's so long that it grows other cancers and they fight and destroy each other. Ah, okay, O-Force, yeah. Ugh. It's gross, dude. Yeah. Ugh.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Chris gifted us up to Aeronor. Thanks.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Damn. Chris, give this up to Crafter. Dude, you're being too nice to me. Yeah, Hellfish, but there's really no other way to anchor this correctly, dude. Unless I made this go around. Unless I made this go around. Hold on a second.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Chris! Damn, dude. Chris, what did I do? I don't understand. I mean, that's not going to be as strong, Hellfish. I'm thinking roll cage style. It's not going to be... That isn't going to be as strong as what we're looking for, but... It could be if the price is right. If we anchor this correctly and we triangulate it right, we could make a frame here that's stronger than most, given the design that I'm trying to do. That doesn't need to be a 96. It only needs to be a 36. But Chris, thanks for all the subs. You're one-man hype train, dude. I wish I could find something to put these together, but it's okay. Plating that is going to be a pain in the butt, but he said butt. Are there 45-degree pieces available? Yeah, there are, Hammer. Yeah, I got 45ers right here. But the problem is the 45er has such a long throw. Dude, see that? It has such a... It's freaking huge, man. Noki is the real hype train. I'm just the add-on. You're not wrong. Did you see the 45? How it's like these pieces are small, and the 45 one is 93 by 55. Yeah, we have an obtuse angle right there. It would probably be better to see if we can anchor it in on the other side as well. I brought my Bolden class ship into Blender using photogrammetry. Let me see. Hey, Lundbra, that's not bad. Bolden class, I like that. Yeah. All right, shut off snap here, and then we should be able to. You plan to build it in Starbase soon? Nice. See, a 45er down here would match that edge, but I'm not sure if we can. See, we're this way right now because we boxed this right here is good on the long axis of the ship, but it's not good in any other axis. We need we haven't triangulated it in this direction. We boxed it. But ideally, I would want something going up, down. So something to connect this into that pillar. If we could figure out a combination to do that, this thing is not moving. That ain't going nowhere. This might be easier than we think, dudes. So I'm basically using this 45 as a gusset right there. All right, now let's go into the... Okay, it's not connected. That didn't work. Take off the snap tool. It wants a bolt there. Get rid of it. We're gonna have to find another way to do that. The rest of this, though, structurally is looking just fine. Yeah, plating that area is really gonna suck. That's really, really not gonna be fun. But we'll find something. Is that a Supra? You're a Supra. Got him. Yeah, well, your mother's a hamster, and your father smelt of elderberries. Yep, that's gonna hold the structure just fine. Oh, this is sick, dude. I'm really happy we... See, once again, man, it's the hard path every goddamn time. Every time I'm like, I don't want to sit here and remake this. It's going to take forever. But we always come up with a better design every freaking time without fail. It's so freaking annoying. Stop doing that. Logic, you piece of crap. That didn't sound right. Yep, we're just iterating on the design every time, dude. Iteration's a hell of a drug. Like, I don't even know how the ducting works, I'll be honest. I'm just having fun with structures right now. This is really fun. I'm really enjoying this, dudes. I mean, look at what we were able to do over a couple of days. We're building really advanced structures in this game. I'm pretty hype. You just got a new setup, Linux? That's cool. New TV? Oh, this thing's gonna look amazing. You don't know the ducting either? I see what you did there. But we want to see you finish a ship. Well, see, Hellfish, here's the thing. When I first started playing KSP and I first started getting into the editor, I wanted to just build. Just build. Build. Go build something crazy. That's what I did for like the first 5 years of playing KSP. I didn't really get into advanced designing or anything. We just built stupid stuff, well, anybody remember this? Here. I should have a picture of it in here. We just built crazy things. It was very just build whatever and see if it works. And yeah, I get it, but it was build complicated stuff, and see if it works. Like, let me see, did I ever put any pictures of it on here? Like the Grissom, for instance. So it was always build something nuts, you know, build something crazy. There's the truck. Like, it was always build something crazy. How long have you been playing KSP? Top Fuel since 2012? I've about 10 years of experience in KSP. 10 years of messing with the editor. Something like 10,000 hours in probably just the editor in KSP. So I like I know you guys want to see a finished ship, but I'll be honest with you, we probably don't have the money to do this. So I want to really get a good understanding of messing around with the editor. And I get it, we should build a small ship first, right? Build something tiny. But there's the fun in that. Doesn't have to be crazy, it has to work. Yeah. What's this right here? Oh, okay, that's just the floor. Got it. Is that mining ship still on loan? I don't think so. Ah, yes. The floor is the floor. Yes. A big fat hand banana. What? You're a big fat hand banana, Forlorn. Got them. You just got. How does it feel? Well, you got goat. Wrecked. Wait, who's a goat? Give me 1 second, guys. Gotta check something. Oh, okay. Yeah, Astrack, it's coming. It's coming along very nice. I'm pretty happy with this thing. I think we'll put the prop tanks right there and right there. Hey, Chris gifted another sub. To Chalike Dave? Yeah, I think we'll put prop tanks there, Hammernails. In this area here. And then... Hold on. So watch. I can take this piece, right? We can move this piece up. Cool. Hi, why not use the whole box in blue? What? Paul, what do you mean? Box 1, box 2. Okay, I'm blanking, Paul. What do you mean? What's box? Who is box? So who is box? Why are you box? I don't know. I was just with this one. I was just kind of messing. Do you want to make this raceway thing up here, Hellfish, go the length of the ship? That would look kind of cool. Did you see the leaked ULA emails? Yeah. Why not use the whole blue box? Oh, Paul, you want me to, like, build the whole thing? Oh, dude, I could. I could make a ship that big. Sure. Heck, I could make this. I could make that thing. We could make this. All I've made is basically just one part of it. Yeah, I've seen them, Jack. What a... That's... It's stupid. Stupid. Stop. Yeah. It's annoying. It's annoying, Jack. It's very annoying, dude. I'm just... What is this, a soap opera? Shut the hell up, dude. You don't air other people's dirty laundry out like that. That's really screwed up. That's a really messed up thing to do. You know? Keep the important stuff in the bowels of the ship. Yeah. Like, it's messed up. It is... I don't know why you'd do this, but yeah, whatever. What do I know? Just a guy. You don't air business out like that, dude, and you don't cover it as a story. That's screwed up. Like that's low. That's a low blow. And then to write the whole thing off, and I'm not saying that this is a bad thing or a good thing. Relax. Like, to write the whole thing off, you know, an Orange Man bad. Like, okay. Yep. All right. Yep. It's 2021, dude. Like, come on. Really? Dude, like, I'm not mad, dude. I'm not even mad. Like, that's just straight up. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. Like, that's gross. Why would you even do that? So, for the people that don't know, like, we could talk more about this during Space News, but there was a spaceflight journalist who somehow got some a rocket company's internal emails, and the internal emails from the company, which are internal for a reason, were like, oh, these people are stupid, NASA's dumb, it's run by idiots, etc., blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it's messed up. And then the guy wrote about it, and yeah, now it's just going to create more problems. You know? Hey, Matt. Did you end up redesigning the back to make the engines fit? Yeah, what do you think? We went with an octagon design, and now I'm working on the rest of the ship here. Any chance to see what a piece of plating will look like on one of the frame sections? We should probably work on that, Hammernails, huh? You know what? Let's do that. Here, Hammer, here's what we're gonna do. Give me one of these, right? And then just move this up here like that. And then take this, move this up here like that. And then we'll do the same over here. Just get these things to lock into place. Get my welder tool out. Looks awesome. Thanks, Matt. Hi, other Matt. Higgs, I'll switch you to Higgs, and I'll call him Matt if you don't mind. It's too many Matts. Hello, any other Matts that are lurking in the chat, and also John's and Steve's and Paul's and Peter. Yeah, I know you're here. I see you. Biblical names. Yeah. Smiths, too? Well, Smiths isn't really a first name, but alright. I wasn't gonna go saying people's last names on here. That's messed up. Paul's like, hey, what up? He sees me! Yeah, caveman. Dude, we'll talk more about that during space, man. I really don't want to talk about that right now. Alright, so here's the cargo section, right? And then I haven't worked on the front. What do we want the front to be? Do we want the front to be a hammerhead that's going left to right? Here, we'll see how a left to right hammerhead works. If at all. Yeah, look, you work with us, yeah. But dude, like, honestly, I really don't like talking about people behind their back, you know? I found at work that that's not a good thing to do, and I know that I do that with Eric Berger all the time, but his article's like, bro, you gotta chill the hell out, man. Sometimes they're like, dude, I think this is too much. I think he's gonna get in trouble for this. Like, I don't know why you'd go pissing in Tori Bruno's pool like that. Like, but hey, whatever. Up down would be cool too, yeah. Amateurs! Yeah, Jack, I see it. That's funny. What time are you playing KSP? Yes. Probably around 6 o'clock, so about 3 hours from now. Oh, I took the piece. I don't know, dude. Maybe I should just shut up. Up is just relative perspective in space. Yeah, and we're speaking in relative terms to the ship, Forlorn. What are you, crazy? So this game has PvP, right? Oh yeah. Yes, it does. So right here is where we'll saddlebag cargo. We'll put just cargo boxes around here. And yeah, go from there. Give it 3 or 4 crew in there. Cool. I don't like that. Yeah. You could reinforce that bulkhead with one of the small octagons. I think what we should do is take this out and find another way to connect it all together. I really would just want to connect here to here. More struts. Well, this game runs struts for you between parts. Actually, the blue lines right there basically work more like auto struts. That's an auto strut. I'm gonna do what's called a pro gamer move. Nice, Panta. Yeah, blue, right? Yeah. Is your screen clean? Yeah. Yeah, see the asteroids, man. Yep. Dude, I have to clean the screen constantly because I'm talking in front of the monitor, so you know, I'm not saying don't spray it, but the monitor still gets dirty over time. Do we have a small 45 bend like this? That'll do it. An overlaid small octagonal bulkhead would work. Oh, yeah, that's not a bad idea. Plate it. Like that, right? Just plate the damn thing. That would connect everything in. Basically just a gusset that holds that whole thing together. That's a good idea. Good call, man. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. I'm gonna move those to the other piece right there. There's one night you almost ruined my monitor. I was drinking Coke and then you started to follow the hunters and not the streamer and shooting flares. Oops. Yeah, Hellfish, good call. That was good. Alright, so let's take this, right, like this. Take it, flip it around. Like that, and then so for, oh shoot, okay, give me one of these, but I don't want that in there because that one's gonna make all the other ones a little bit longer. So let's go here like this, right? Testing out maneuvering thrusters. Is there glass? Oh yeah. Yep, yep. Alright, I don't think we necessarily need this front bulkhead like that. Right? Very nice. Arched parts? Huh? What do you mean? Any arched parts? Yeah, there's different arched parts. But, arched parts. Oh, dude, this thing looks sick. Yeah, this thing's gonna look cool. Yeah. Yeah, that's gonna look cool. It's hard to make curved parts in this game, Kuro, but yeah, there's no, like this. It's all angles and stuff, but you can make stuff look curvy-ish, I suppose. Yeah, so for the front, I'm just gonna dump this for now. I don't know what we're gonna do with the bridge and with the bridge glass and whatnot. Just leave that like that for now. And now we're going to do that. It's gonna let me get away with that? Oh, it is. All right. You know what? I won't do that. I won't do that just because it's going to be hard to line them up all individually like that. There. EJ can make a silent income streaming game by selling the blueprint to this to other players. Yep. Yeah, Hammer, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Sorry for... Zenchai, don't worry about it. Can't be all smiles and rainbows. Boeing tweeted this. Our X-37B team, come visit our recruiters at the Space Symposium and check out this opportunity to join the team and fly. Wow, that's cool. Alright, let's just make sure that everything is all welded up. Alright, so this is the bridge of the ship. Here's the engines, and then we can saddlebag all the cargo here. That's wicked. That's wicked, dude. I like it. You know what? There is one thing that I want to try, and I'll be honest, this is just because I think it'll look nice. Like, I'm not usually one to build for complete aesthetic like this. Hey. Snap. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Why is that? Why does that not line up? It'll look like a StarCraft battle cruiser. Battle cruiser operational. Hailing frequencies open. Good day, Commander. Shields up, weapons online. Not all of the angle pieces are symmetric. Oh yeah, that's right. So yeah, we gotta anchor it off this piece here. So we'll do it this way. That makes more sense. Yep. So here, these ones are symmetric. So we'll yeet. Then we take these pieces here. Fit. Damn. Shoot. Going to throw on 8 more engines? We could. Actually, Hellfish, you know what I really wanted to do? Here. You know, we made the consular ship, right? The cool thing to do would be battle cruiser operational. Hailing frequencies open. Good day, Commander. Shields up, weapons online. And then we'd have to make the thing longer. But that's scalable architecture. We can make that later. Let's just start with this. Or we could do the little wing nacelles on the side. But I don't mind the way this ship looks. Now that would be expensive. You are not wrong, my dear. You are not wrong. Alright. So, save. Now, what should we do next? Plate it? Should we plate the thing, or should we... Buenos días, comandante. Buenos días, amigo. ¿Cómo estás? Floor it. Floor it. Sneaky, floor it. Big toe, mister! Get the engines working, okay. I think this is a big deal. What's that, Bandit? We're excited to announce that Our spacecraft successfully demonstrated repeated magnetic captures in orbit today. Hey. Wiring and cargo. All right. Chris gifted a sub to Ivan. Yep, okay, so get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. There. Save this out. Would actually lay out cargo and supports. Okay. So how do I do that? So this is where I'm lost. I know how to build structure in this game, so we're in uncharted territory for me now. How does the ship go backwards in this game? Does it need specific thrusters? It's just like KSP Astrak. Yeah. I need, if I want to slow down, well, don't get me wrong. You have space jello, so you'll slow down after a while. You'll coast. But if you want to like specifically go backwards, like if I want my ship to go backwards, yeah, you're going to need thrusters in that direction. All right, let's figure out, we can go cargo containers, I suppose. So hard points or furnishings, there's furniture, devices, cargo. Cargo lock frame. I prefer the term space soup. That's probably a better way to say it. That's for free-floating cargo. So, do we want ore cargo crates? Is this what we're looking for? Why won't these lock to center? You need to use the snapping tool. Okay. I need to make a specialized tray for those things, or else they won't. Yeah, okay. I need to do something like this. We need to make a tray for them, or else they're not going to snap onto the center beam, guys. That's not going to work that way. Okay. So, let me prototype something out here. Let's look at that. Let me bring that ore container back in here. Just put it like that for now. And then let me make a plate for them, and we'll go from there. How wide are these things? $192 minus 48. They're 144. Okay. So 96 and 48 will do us right here with corner snapping pieces. But I also need the corner pieces to snap, so we're going to need... Okay. 2 times 72. I need one of these beam corner pieces to be in the center. I need that to be like right there. Help! Tomorrow I have a test for my physics. Debt of energies, thermodynamics, magnetism, electrostasis, and gases. Like, I've studied it all, but I just don't like it. Any tips on how to make things you study more likable? Discipline? It doesn't matter if you don't like it. It's the subject matter. You signed up for the damn course. Swishio, I have a very kind of realist way of looking at stuff like that when it comes to this. So this way won't work, but look, it doesn't matter. Like, if you have like, there's always something that you're not gonna want to do. All right. This is just like, it's the means to an end, dude. You want this degree, right? You want the degree that you're going to school for, right? So this is just a means to an end, dude. No, I did not. I'm still in obligatory school. Well then, if you're still in obligatory school, so like you're in high school, is that what you're trying to say? If that's the case, dude, you have to learn this to pass to get to the stuff that you want to learn. It's something that you're not going to want to do, but that does teach you a good lesson. That's why homework for the younger kids is such a pain in the butt. If you're younger and you don't see the need for homework, I agree with you. Homework is stupid. As an adult, I don't have to do homework, but I do have to pay bills. I have to pay bills, and I have to do the dishes, and I have to clean my room. No one's going to do it for you. All right? That's what homework teaches you. That's why homework is there, so you can adult better and manage your time correctly. Homework is useless. It's a waste of time. But it does teach you to prioritize your time. The actual subject matter that you go over doesn't matter. Riv, I'd rather make a plate for it to add additional armor plating to the ship. You still do some homework. You prep for space news. Yep. So, Swish, long story short, just bite the bullet and get it done. That's it. That's all you got to do. Just bite the bullet, get it done, and just, that's it. That's all. I know it's annoying, but, if you just, you're like, oh, I don't want to do this every time you had something important to do, you're like, I don't want to do this. You're not going to get very far in life. SpaceX fanboys on this Eula. Bandit, it's to the point where I just don't even want to talk about it. I see it. Back to repeating then. Thanks for the motivation. You got this. You can get it done. It's not the end of the world. You'll get it done. Just do it. Like, what else is there to do? Just keep the stream on or shut it off if it's distracting and just go and get it done. No way, it's been 3 years. No way. Ian, stop. How do you snap fuel rods into the chambers? C. The key. Wait, you're Bandit now? I don't know, man. Oh, Builder. Yeah, okay, sorry. Bandit's linking me to stuff too. You just confused me. Stop doing that. Oh, it doesn't fit. Pretty much, Sneaky. That's what I'm trying to do, but it didn't like it. go 2 by. That's fine. We got plenty of space. Removing the end pieces of the plate will make it fit. Yeah. Now they get one aligned. Build them off that and then put a strap over the top and a tray underneath. Hey, yes. I mean, yeah. But see, remember, you gotta bolt this thing to stuff. So it probably, now that I'm thinking about this, probably would be better if we took these and moved them up like that. I don't know if this is, if someone was saying this in chat, but that's probably the better way to do this. How you've done yours, let's see. Okay. How about we plate this like this? Oh, that's perfect. Put them underneath. Hillness, I don't know if this is exactly what you're saying, but underneath the ore containers. Yes. Okay. Yeah, sure, Jeep guy, go ahead. Yeah, this works better? Yeah, okay. No. You can hardly container yourself. There it is. Perfect. Got it. Okay. Alright, so this needs to go right here. Container? I barely knew her. Okay, Hillness, I see how you did that. They're 36ers. Okay. So let me just move this over here for a second. Oh, no. So you did a 36 T section, Hillness? Or a 48. What was it? That's a 48T section. Okay. 48T with 72 in between. Okay. That's not going to work for me. Damn it. Let's try this. Yeah, Hillness, thank you. This will work. Yeah, they don't exactly line up. The the 3 cargo containers aren't as long as that. And that means we should have made these bulkheads just a little bit longer for the cargo section. I would like 3 per. This ship is just like the Hull series in Star Citizen. Maybe take some inspiration from that. That's very, very similar to what we're doing, yeah. Don't forget that when you load crates with ores, it affects the center of mass. Well, that's why I wanted to go... That's why I wanted to go with this design. Because I wanted all the containers? Nice. I wanted them to essentially... Here. Cheap guy. What's that? Oh, that didn't work. Here. I'll show you guys what I'm getting at. Oh, no, no, no. Crap. Damn it. Alright. That won't work. Here's them with cargo. Yeah. That's kind of the idea. That's kind of what we're going for. I could just space them. Iron. Yeah, iron, we could do that, but I could just space the things out. So here, let me back this up. Right, so... I mean, this is just a prototype, guys. It's not going to be correct the first time. And I'm doing pretty rapid iteration here, so... That's the tray right there. Okay. And then, if we take the entire tray, right? And then we I don't want those. Get those out of here. Just move the whole tray up like this. And then put it on beams like that. Just a 36er, just to space it so I can do this in symmetry correctly. Like this. Alright, so now we gotta make sure they're snapped correctly. They have to be centered.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Goat at throttle up. Chris gifted a sub to Smoke. Thank you.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Again? Give this up to Tabamery. You're just going around the horn here, man. Jeez. Hey, build looks good. Are you going to radial mount the container stacks? Yep. Yep, pretty much. They're going to be in 8x symmetry. So if I redid these bulkheads to be the correct length, we don't need to redo that because there's no cargo around that. I don't need to necessarily redo this one. Because that's the joiner piece. 1, 2, if I extended those just a little bit, we could have, so 3 per side in 8x symmetry. 8 times 3 is 24. We could have 48 cargo crates. Is that enough? Is that a lot? Is that a little? I actually have no idea. Instead of radial, you could just go in a grid. It'll pack denser. I designed it for radial S, so I'm going to keep it in radial, man. Yeah, I know. I know what you're saying. You're right. Yeah, that's... 48 is not much. 48 is little to medium sized. Okay. All right. So we're going to take this and I'm going to separate it for a second. And then what we got to do is add the extenders in here, which should just be one of these. I don't think this is going to mess with the structure too much, because in Kerbal I would be afraid of doing something like this. I would rather two split beams, but I don't think that'll mess with us too badly here. I'm pretty sure that the game doesn't matter how many of the small pieces you use, if I'm looking at this right. Missed one. Yeah, once you weld it, it's one entity. Exactly. Alright, so now let's take this. Separate that there. Get rid of this. Take this and then just copy it. Snap that back into place. Take that. Get rid of that. Go out like that. Take this. Move the bridge back. There we go. By the way, my 32 container ship would cost about 100K to build. Alright, cool. Thank you. Good to know. Serious. So, alright, we can go down like this. Right? And then, what I can do is switch this to a 36T piece, right? And then we got our cargo rack. And then if we wanted to center it, that would help. That would help a lot. I'd like to think that these are isolators, and that will help reinforce the cargo. And then we can take this, right, and we could do that and double it up and go 48 plus 48, which would give us 96. Let's just see how double the stack containers, just like on rail cars. Yep. Yeah, pretty much. I don't know if that's structurally gonna hold though, Sneak, but yeah, here, ready? So now we'll take that, take our container stack, select the whole ship except for the container stack, and let's wake up the neighbors. Time to wake up your neighbors. Yeah, every time I click on that stuff, Jeep, it's asking me to... Oh, the second one works. That's cool. I like the cluster triangle thruster. That's cool. Cluster triangle thruster. Hell yeah. Some of these didn't come in exactly correct. Almost there. Hey, I just found out about this game. It's pretty good, man. Pretty fun. Nope, I don't have everything selected on the stack. What are we missing? No, I do. All right. Oh. It's like playing Tetris. Dun 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 dun. There's part grouping. There's sub-assemblies, sneaky. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of stuff, dude. It's just the reason why I was doing this where I was rotating the ship is to avoid this freaking problem that I'm having right now, but I screwed up. So we have to end up doing more work, but that's okay. Why didn't we part group this then? I have it grouped. It's already just up there. I just didn't make it a module, that's all. Yeah, it's already grouped, dude. We're good. I can just group it via selection. You don't need to... It would be like if that was grayed out parts that weren't attached to the ship, so to speak. Yeah, it's fine. Sick. There it is. So we have 6 times 8, 40, so 42? Huh. Save? Sure. Weld? Sure. Yeah, 6 times 8 is 48. 6 times 7 is 42. Sorry, I'm stupid. 42 is the answer, though, so it doesn't matter. Cool. Yeah, we do have 48. Okay. You can loot their stuff, ref. Yeah. It's pretty cool. I want to see how this looks structurally. Oh yeah, it's a tank. Yeah, look at all the damn struts in there. Cargo hold is freaking savagely. Yeah. There is an auction house? Yep, auction house, player resources. You can sell blueprints to ships. You can sell people your ship. It's cool, man. Yeah. It's a fun game, dude. Now, we should auto bolt all these containers together. Yeah, there you go.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Nick, 24-month resub. 2 years total. What a ride. Thanks, man. Thanks for being with me. That's cool. That's very cool. Yeah, this bad boy can fit so much cargo in it. Yeah, Sneaky, exactly. I wonder if the large prop tanks can fit down the middle. Alright, so we could always scale out the cargo in every direction. You guys said 48 wasn't a lot, so... So we can double it up like that if we want to. Will it hold structurally though, Hammer? I'm not sure. It will? All right.
Discovery.
Go and throttle up. Packing up. 48-month resub. What time is it? It's 4 o'clock. Oh man. I want to keep building. Oh, this game's trouble. This game's trouble if you like building ships. Just keep playing it then? Well, I adhere to a schedule, Sounds. That's the thing. I adhere to a pretty hard schedule. And I do that on purpose. It's just because the streams are long and you have to... my streams go for 10, 12 hours, so I keep it broken down into bits. It helps you stream for longer periods of time. What are you building? Cargo ship. What do you think, Bino? I think it's pretty cool, man. The radial cargo hold is pretty sick, but... yeah. Now, T is at the cardinal direction of the cargo containers. What do you mean, Aranor? You're not going to cover the beams and plating? Oh, of course I am. I'm just prototyping out the design. Yeah, this will all be covered up. The idea, Iron, is that, you know, if we hit asteroids, it hits the cargo crates. And it doesn't hit vital components. The cargo is the shield to the vital components of the ship. Hey, it's not a bad idea. We have 96 boxes in there. 96 boxes, and we're running 16 thrusters. Could go for more. He meant 2 more lines at 12, 3, 6, and 9. Yeah, Jay. I have the spreadsheet open, Iron, and yeah, I already have it. I have it up, but I haven't used it yet. But yeah, I have it up. You know what? Doubling the cargo looks kind of weird to me. Do you guys mind if I just We just ran with the smaller stuff for now. I think that looks cool. Cargo is expendable. Wayland Yutani Corp would disagree. Nice reference. We have a meeting at 4:30. Okay. I was waiting for you to get into this dang game, Swag. This game's dangerous, man. Hey, Noodly. Hey, man. Your build skills are going to pay off huge in Starbase. Can't wait to see what awesome abilities you do with this game. Yeah. Yeah, right on, dude. Yes, we would mind. All right, fine. Jeez.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
No, don't save. Open. Frick. Frick. Oh, wait, were you guys talking about teeing off the cargo containers? Ah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, I got it. I got you. Okay, saved. Cool. We're all auto-bolted. Alright. We made some pretty hard progress again today, considering I started with a ring. There's the cargo ship. Let's see one piece of plating. Oh. Okay. Plates. Angled plates. Oh, crap. Just one more turn plate. Oh, frick. Are there any octagonal plates that'll fit with my design? Where are they, Space Nerd? Curved plates? Special 45, okay. Damn. Turn off snap for a second. Yep, okay. So that looks like it's an inner plate then, yeah? That's an outer 96. It doesn't fit. Oh wait, no, I had it. Plating is a pain in the butt. Okay. Like I said, there's a reason why everyone makes a box in this game. And I think we found our reason. Plating's overrated. Fine, I don't want to talk to you anyway. All right. Well, we'll figure out these plates later, guys. We'll do it tomorrow. I'm gonna take a quick break, and I will be back in a second. Staffing in this game appears to be annoying. It is, but whatever. I mean, single tier higher.